Good morning, everyone. Good evening. Apparently I like to ignore everybody in the afternoon, so if it's your afternoon, oh well. I'd like to welcome everybody to the first flight of the EAA Spirit of EAA Friendship World Tour Recreation in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. We're going to be recreating the original Around the World flight by Dick Rattan and Mike Melville that they did in their long easies back when they were new. Back in the 90s and 80s. I got to give a quick shout out to my wingman who's not going to be able to be here today, Mr. Sean. You're with me in spirit. I hope you get better soon, and I can't wait to have you on my wing soon. You'll be back and we'll be ready for you. Second of all, a big shout out to Whitney at Scaled Composites. Without her, I would have never been able to get together all the information on this flight. She was kind enough to make sure I had all the information, notes, flight plans. Just absolutely fantastic. She made sure I had everything we needed. So a big shout out to her and Scaled Composites, which is, if you don't know, Dick Rattan's company that makes kind of oddball vehicles. And let's see, one other thing. The original flight started on April 5th. And today we're going from Mojave, California to Midland, Texas. Let's see if I can get everything started here. Yeah, the switch is on, and apparently the dog's got to go out before he even gets started. Lovely. What an absolutely great way to start with a little monster mutt wanting to go out. Okay, let's see. Let's get everything fired up, turned on. Everything we're going to need. I don't need the lights right now, but I'll get them on anyways. Oh, I love this bird. She's so easy to fire up and take care of. Close the canopy. I say today's flight, the first part of the flight, we're going to be able to stay at about 6,000 feet. And as we get closer to Phoenix, we're going to have to go up to 11 because we got some big mountains to climb up over. Let's see if I can remember how to get pushed back out of here. Oh, that did it. That should be enough. I'll hang out here for another minute or two, just in case anybody shows up. See, there's quite a bit of people flying around here, but this is just down the road from Edwards Air Force Base. And when I say just down the road, I mean it's like right over there. And funny, I fly with everybody else. I checked the active runway, and I forgot to check this one's today. So I have no idea. We'll just pick one and go. Probably take the short one. Oh, I wish they would fix that bug. Every so often, the interior view switches everything to the exterior view. They put in the pilot and stuff like in the exterior view. It drives me nuts. Yeah, and I'm not dealing with ATC, so too much of a hassle and headache. I just want to enjoy the flight. Shut the pump off. I don't think we'll need our heater. It might when we get closer to Phoenix because of the yeah, there's some cold weather blowing through New Mexico and Phoenix right now. I definitely don't need all of this runway, so I think we're going to get on it here. I was out at this airport when I was, about 12 years old. That's when I first fell in love with this airplane. It was fairly new at the time. I met Rattan, both him and his brother. When we take off out of here, we'll be flying very close to my late great aunt. She just passed away actually last year. She lived just down the road here and worked at Edwards Air Force Base most of her life. She knew the Rattans very well, just being from the same town. She also knew the likes of Chuck Yeager and all the test pilots because she did data collection on test flights. There's that glitch again. So that was one of the things that hooked me on flying when I was a kid, was going out here and meeting all those people. And why is there a van in the middle of the airport? But that's one of the aspects that got me hooked right from the get-go of being young and being into airplanes to begin with, and then meeting all these people and having an aunt that worked there. And where's my nav taking me? Oh, I love it when it starts off like this. Oh, we'll get a tour of the airport. And the massive wind farm. The landing lights off. This is Mojave Air and Spaceport. It's grown quite considerably since I was there last. This is where the Rattans built the Scout Composites built Spaceship One that went into space and back in a very short period of time. Turned around in less than 24 hours. I have no idea where my nav is taking me. Apparently it thinks I was taking off the other direction. And it's going to do the climb out this direction. Yep, that's exactly what it did. That's a glitch over there. If you're wondering, Edwards Air Force Base is right over in this area right here. Pretty much all this, it was built in a dry lake, much like Area 51 is in a dry lake, so they have all these long dirt runways and runoffs and for flight testing. So when things go wrong, they have extra room. This racetrack we're going to be going right over is not a racetrack at all, but it's actually Hyundai North America's test track. This is where Hyundai tests their vehicles in the United States. Ooh, gotta watch my RPMs. Ooh. Don't need to tear the motor up yet. And there's the test track. I used to work at a vehicle test facility up in northern Nevada, just outside of Carson City. We did mostly off-road vehicle testing and some driverless vehicle testing. And we did driverless vehicles a good 22 years ago. Don't need that on. Oh, it's the RPMs again. Leveled off. Lean her out. There we go, nice trimmed out. Again, they're over there. That's Edwards Air Force Base, and the main entrance gate's over here. One of the entrance gates. It's a neat place to visit. I had pretty much unfettered access when I was there with my aunt. At the time, one of the space shuttles was there. I got to see it picked up and put on the back of the 747 for a drop test. Didn't actually get to see the test, which is too bad. Seems I spent most of my life chasing the space shuttle landings around the country. I was in Edwards, it landed in Florida. I was in Florida, it landed in Edwards. Yeah, guess that's just the luck of the draw. I never did get to see it land. I did get to see it fly over my house when I lived in Florida on its last flight. Heard the double sonic boom. Watched it go over. Now, coming up right here, in this little community right here, is where my aunt lived. And you can see why I enjoyed going out there to visit. When there's runways for Edwards, there's her house. I got to see the X-29. Actually got to see that fly. I got to see the Bell XV-15 tilt rotor, which is the predecessor to the what's now the Osprey. Are the two I got to see fly while I was out there. My aunt's significant other, Hal, was a helicopter test pilot. And you can see how they had runways just literally scraped into the desert floor. And they, well, still do. As well as the paved runways around. It's a small community of North Edwards. And here's the problem. Once we get out of here, I don't know anything about anything. I should have waited 2 weeks to fly this flight because it started officially April 4th. Always helps when you don't set your barrel until you're in flight and forget. And this little town right here is Boron, California, so named because that's America's, and at one point was the world's largest borax mine. If you bought 20 Mule Team borax, it came out of this mine back in the day. And they still mine it today. Still an active borax mine, because they still use so much borax in laundry detergent. I don't know if it's still the world's largest or not. The reason they called it 20 Mule Team borax is to get the borax up out of the mine when it was first opened, is they had 20 horses to pull the cart up out of the mines. To pull the borax carts. They were so heavy. big town of Boron, California. No idea what that is. Not a clue. Apparently that hill over there is called Mound. That's creative. I say this big double superhighway is fairly new. I don't know how new, but it wasn't there last time I was there, but I haven't been there in 20 odd years. It's been a while since I went out there. One thing in the U.S., the whole Southwest is one very, very large desert. I don't think we fly over trees at all this flight. So a little bit about this flight as far as what I want to do with it. I'm going to try to recreate the flight as close to historically as possible. There's possibly one leg I may break up into a couple of flights because or just start off taking off and then skip over and land because it's almost 12 hours over water. And that doesn't really excite me. And the fact is, I don't have enough fuel on board this plane. The originals, when they were making the around the world flight, turned part of the back seat into a fuel tank as well as 2 external wing fuel tanks they put on the vehicles. They upgraded them. So we'll be short on fuel on, I think, one of the legs. You can always cheat the fuel in. That's not that big of a deal. But I'm not sure if I actually want to fly a full 12, 14-hour flight. We'll see how it shakes out. That one's much closer. That's on the way into Australia, so that's quite a ways away. So I got time to think about it. I do have some notes about what they did in certain locations and why they flew some of the routes that they flew. And we'll hit the highlights when I have relevant information about what they did, because basically what they're on en route for the first leg was to go from Mojave, where they built the aircraft, and their first major stop is in Florida at the Sun and Fun Fly-In. And they do that they stop in Texas, and then they stop one more time, and then they land in Florida. This next town we're coming up to is Barstow, California. I guess these are real crop circles. Yeah, bad joke. I pretty much decided that bad jokes and dad jokes are a must-have for if you're going to be flying live online. It seems like everybody I fly with has the worst dad jokes ever. And I talked about you, Bryce. And here's downtown Barstow. And that is a giant, and I mean giant, dry riverbed down through here. Giant riverbed and extremely large rail yard. A lot of stuff comes out of California and gets brought up here and then divvied up to go around the world, or across the U.S., out the different lines. big town of Yerno. Yermo? Yerno. I don't know. This is where US 40's on the right and US 15's just about right below us. 15 goes all the way up towards the Canadian border, and 40 goes pretty much all the way across to the East Coast. And another large rail yard. Over there is the Barstow Daggett Airport. It's a county airport. Again, right below us is part of that giant dry riverbed. It's huge. If you've ever been out there, it's absolutely monstrous. And when it rains, that becomes a full-blown river. Not for very long, and it doesn't rain very often enough to fill it, but when it does, it becomes a giant river. Hey, it's Bodo. How you doing, bud? Just saw you pop on there. Hey, glad you could stop by. I got the microphone. Is it working well? I can't quite tell from here. This. Too loud, too quiet, good, too much airplane noise. Great, thanks. So how's everything up your way? I'm definitely not making it this year, but we're going into semi-retirement with the race team. So the following spring, I'm planning on taking that Route 20 across and 2 back and spending some time up your way. Yeah, it's got a bit of a delay. Not much I can do about it. The computer's got to process it and then send it out and then send it back. And it's funny because I have the live screen on and then I have the YouTube screen on. And I can see the difference. Like I'll fly over something on the main screen where I'm flying and then I'll be another 30 seconds or so behind. Maybe a minute. I see the YouTube fly over it. Spring break. We finally got spring, sort of. It was a whole whopping 27 today, though, for the high. Yeah, good for maple syrup, but bad for going outside. Yeah, we've had a couple days. The days are starting to get in the 40s, but still, like I said, about 25 at night. Today's just a cold snap. But we hit 60 the other day, and I got the car out of the garage for the day and managed to put about 100 miles on it. Blow the dust off it, clean the brakes up. And then promptly right back in the garage because it snowed. That's the only thing that interests us anymore. Don't give a crap about anything else, just the weather. I might have to get rid of my Jeep Cherokee this year. It's starting to nickel and dime me to death. And I wish it really was nickel and dimes, not 200 there, 300 there. But I've had it for like, I think it's 12 winters now. So surviving the salt and stuff for 12 years. It's doing alright. 150,000 miles on it now. Yeah, this is the second Cherokee in a row that I've had where the darn flapper that switches from air conditioning to heat breaks. And it's only like a $30 part, but it's $500 to fix it because you got to pull the whole dash out. This is the second one it's done it to, and I was so careful on this one to make sure I never changed the direction with the fan on so it would break it, and it still broke. Oh, I love them. This is my third one. I mean, I can be guaranteed just getting out of the driveway in the wintertime. You know. Sadly, I'm actually thinking about Subaru. Subaru. Oh, you're lucky. I've had it happen 2 in a row. What a nightmare. Like I said, the part's cheap. It's just you literally have to pull the dash, the whole dash apart to get in there to fix it. Yeah, I guess. Hell, my first car was a 1963 Jeep Willys. That was... I had a 3-speed. I think it could top out about 45 miles an hour flat out. You couldn't take a corner with it because you knew you were going on your top. Either they're bred in Montana or Vermont. Forest Green Subaru. It's a Vermont requisite to live there. Yeah, fun car. Had a lot of work to do on it, but it would go anywhere. And I mean, it had more miles off-road than on-road, that car did. Because I think I probably put 200-300 miles on the damn thing in the backyard before I had a driver's license. You have a good one, Tony. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see, where are we at? It says here this is the Providence Mountains State Recreational Area, part of the Mojave National Preserve. Okay. Got some incredibly pretty colors up there. I'm guessing that all those planes up there is Las Vegas, because that's about where Las Vegas is. So that people are always flying in Vegas. Oh, this is a pretty just little patch of color right here. I think we're going to pick up another 2,000 feet here. It looks like the train's pretty steadily rising. We're going to drop here shortly because we're going to come up on the Colorado River. It's amazing is they only sold these kits for such a short period of time to build the Long EZ, because it's experimental and you have to buy it as a kit. Well, originally when it was new you had to buy it as a kit and build it yourself. But there are still so many of them still flying. And they're just amazing. They have just incredible range. Like a 10-hour range, 10-hour flight time is ridiculous for such a small plane. That's capable of almost, I forget the ceiling's like 25,000 feet. The average cruise speed is about 150. I mean, it's a good overall package. A little bit bumpy through here. And as far as this flight too, I'm going to try to do it as much as possible with live weather. I won't do live time because I want to fly mostly during the day. So, I mean, it's no fun flying when you can't see, and part of the whole thing is to see where you're going. Even though a couple of their flights were at night, I'm still going to stick to daytime live weather when possible. If the weather's socked into where you can't see or too icy, then we'll switch to an offline weather. And we're flying along Highway 40 again. And if you're ever wondered when you're flying what these crazy marks are, they are channels cut so that if it rains, all the water runs off. It's directed to specific spots where it crosses the road so it doesn't wash the road out. In case you ever wondered what all that was. That's a hell of an exit. Middle of nowhere. Quite literally. I don't know where the hell it goes. It goes that way. I have driven the vast majority of Highway 40 from coast to coast. Not all in one shot. I've done it from almost from the East Coast over to Vegas in one shot, and then from Vegas come down, got on 40 and gone over to California. Wow, this is one giant, I don't want to call it a flat area because it's all slope, but it's just flat. There's a little jumble of mountains right in the middle of it. One good thing about living or visiting in the Southwest, I lived, probably 60 miles from here, 75. About 75 miles from here. Is if you live anywhere near the desert, or if you visit the desert, rent a sand rail, because there are roads like this, dirt one over here, that run everywhere. And a whole lot of the what's called BLM lands, Bureau of Land Management land, you can ride your vehicles on legally. So you can just go out and blast out across the desert. It's a whole lot of fun if you like driving fast and going off-road. It's just a blast. It's well worth it if you're ever out that way. And it's not just here. It goes all the way up. They have a race every year that goes from Las Vegas to Reno and never drives down the road. It goes off-road the whole way. And it even loops down. And they have an off-road race that loops down through Laughlin, Nevada, which is near here. They have a big off-road race that goes from Vegas down to Laughlin and around. So there's all these trails, all these roads, dirt roads. Get yourself a sand rail and go out and just have a blast. But yeah, I would say grab a friend to go with in case one of them breaks down and you still got a way to get the hell out of here, because it's a big desert. A lot of these roads just seem to go off in the middle of nowhere. There's little towns all over out here with mines, mostly mining towns. Mostly gold and silver. An interesting fact about the state of Nevada, we're still in California, and we're not actually going to hit Nevada. We're going to go California, Arizona. An interesting fact about Nevada, if you have a gold mine that it is in the law that if you're trespassing, you can be shot on sight. If you're trespassing on a gold mine, you can be shot. Deadly force is authorized. Talk about the Wild West. I just looked on the map. That road right there heads down to Joshua Tree National Forest. That's where that goes. And there's a whole lot of nothing out here. Beautiful nothing, but nothing. What's really interesting is this whole thing is brown and red like this forever. Sometimes 15, 18 months or longer. Then it'll rain and this entire thing turns green in a day. And it lasts for only like 4 or 5 days. And that's all brown again. It's just madness when you see it. If you've ever been out there when it rains. It's just beautiful. Everything blooms. All the flowers, the bushes, everything blooms, turns green, blooms, and dies in like a week or less. Usually less than 7 days. Everything, the dry lake beds will right full of it. The whole lake starts to look like it's moving because it's full of these little shrimp. It's a bit rough out here today. Of course, that's a constant issue in the desert. The wind blows all the time. Never stops. Of course, there's no trees, no mountains, not much to stop it. Okay, we can start to see the Colorado River ahead of us. It's hard to believe that that once great and mighty river has been so choked up by man and used up by man that it no longer gets to the ocean. As a matter of fact, we have a treaty with Mexico to guarantee that we send them a minimum amount of water that we're allowed to, that must get to Mexico. A certain volume must get there. Because if not, we'd use it all before it ever got to Mexico, and they would use the rest. They wouldn't have any left to use up before it got to the ocean. That'd probably be a good fun side flight someday. Get a day or two and fly the Colorado from river all the way from where it starts up in the Rockies all the way down through the Grand Canyon all the way to Mexico, and I'd have to do that one day. So I love about this sim, not game, sim. I almost said game. Sim is that you have the ability to do stuff like that. It's just crazy. Just think that you can just, here's the flight plan I'm going to do. Let's go. Jump in and go. And if you've ever been in certain areas, it's so realistic. You recognize where you're at. That's the amazing part. The, the details at a level of when I fly around my home up here, I know exactly what mountains there I'm by. I know where my house is. I can see my house. I can see my parents' house. I can see the buildings on Main Street. It just absolutely flabbergasts me that the technology is there to do that, and it's accurate enough so you recognize it. The Colorado River also marks the boundary between California and Arizona. And just north of here, if you're right up at the end of the lake out there, if you're ever a fan of the Peanuts cartoon, is Needles, California, and that's where Snoopy's brother's from. A little bit of worthless trivia, but and coming up here is Lake Havasu City. Not much of a city, pretty much a small town. A very small town. But it is a spring break capital. It has become a very large, and I'm sure it's busy as crap right now because it's spring break here in the country, in the U.S. And I'm sure this lake is absolutely packed with boats. You could probably walk across it, the boats, and never get wet. That's how many show up. It was originally founded, modern founding. The Indians lived there for years, or Native Americans, which they lived there a long time ago. And the modern founder was the guy who started McCullough Chainsaws back in the day. And he was a rather eccentric individual and believed that if he took the London Bridge from London, took it down stone by stone, labeled it, brought it to America, rebuilt it here over this river, over the Colorado River, that it would bring people in. It doesn't. The only thing that started bringing people in is it became a really big party spot for spring breakers. Because you're pretty much guaranteed the weather's going to be good. It's not going to rain on your spring break. Man, if we ever get out of these winds. Actually glad I'm not sitting in that thing for real today, getting beat up like that. Lake Havasu Airport. It's not going to render in, but they don't have it in here, but that's where the London Bridge is. Actually been a while since I've been here. It's actually grown up a lot. I guess maybe it is a city now. Welcome to Arizona. There's a big airport. That one over there must be some sort of private, small private airport. They didn't even have that when I was there last. Of course, I haven't been there in almost 30 years, 25 years, 26, something like that. Definitely an amazing river running right down the middle of this. Of course, there's dams all the way up at power dams. There's one down there, there's Davis Dam, and then Hoover Dam. There's pretty much nothing but desert and mountains from now till you get just north of Phoenix. This is more of that pretty colored desert, the reds. I gotta say though, after living in the desert almost 4 years, 5 years, between the southern desert, southern Nevada and northern Nevada, and I say I don't like the color brown well enough to live there. Because everything's brown. The river's brown, the mountains are brown, the bushes are brown. Every damn thing out there is one shade of brown or another. At least when I worked in the northern desert, it wasn't far from the Sierras up in Tahoe area and stuff like that, so you could be up in the mountains in the woods within an hour. I was saying before, you can see where people go out desert driving. Or as they like to call it, Bajan. That lake right there is in the Rawhide Mountains Wilderness. And shortly after that, we'll start seeing signs of civilization again. At least a little bit. I think here pretty soon we'll start climbing up to our 11,000 feet. We're going to get into start seeing some of the classic mesas. This part of the world's famous for. And right now we're almost right dead in between US Highway 10 and US Highway 40. Two of the big east-west highways in the US. If you're ever curious, if it's an even number in the US, it goes east-west. If it's an odd number, it goes north-south. I just set the autopilot for 11,000 feet. This will be the highest we get going across the U.S. And once we cross over this this is the low end of the Rockies. Once we cross over this, it's mostly plains all the way through to Florida. I can't even pronounce the name of this mountain wilderness area. Next one is Tres Alamos wilderness area, and this is part of the, I don't know, Arosto mountain wilderness area. I don't know. We're actually going to be going kind of right between Prescott and Phoenix, Arizona. And the Juniper Mesa Wilderness area. Oh, those dry riverbeds. This road right here connects Kingman, Arizona to Phoenix, Arizona. Not much of a road. Not much of anything to stop at, I should say. It's not as desolate as US 50 in Nevada, but it's pretty desolate. There's a pretty good example of a big mesa. Completely flat on the top and pretty quick drop all the way around it. Whoa. No, sorry about that. Phone call. Had to make a quick run. Answer that call. I guess I gotta fix that be right back thing so I can have one that still shows the video, but no audio. Guess I'll work on that after. Well, if we're going to be able to see much of Phoenix, it's way over there. Not way over, but right where all those planes are. I'm assuming they're all flying out of Phoenix. Starting to see signs of civilization again. Some farms. I find it amazing how round this world is and how everything's so fluid and jumpy, and we like to break it up into squares. I say it's mine by making a box. No, we're not going to see much of Phoenix. There it is, right over there. We're going to be just a little too far north to see much of it at all. Well, we'll get to see more mountains. My goodness, that was a hell of a headwind. Also lifted us up almost 200 feet. That's a school. I don't know which one. Doesn't show on my map I'm using. This mountain just in front of us here to the right's got an interesting name. It's called Blowout Mountain. I wonder if that was named after people started driving on it with cars, or if it was named for some other reason. I'm not sure which wilderness area this is. It's a big one. Castle Creek Wilderness Area. And then I think we'd get across Route 17 and then into the Tonto National Forest. Yeah, Tonto National Forest. That's a big one. I should have done is stuck a waypoint in the Meteor National Crater. Or Meteor Crater National Park. Whatever, Meteor Crater. But trying to stick to the route as closely as possible. So there's like two things we humans like. We like to be around water and we like to go up. See where we've gone up all over these mountains. No, we're not going to be able to see Phoenix because that's Lake Pleasant. Phoenix is down there. Yeah, we're just not going to see it. Gonna get back to watching where we're going. Let's see what everybody's flying here. F-18, F-16, B-78X, and the 73M. Oh, there's some good mesas. There we go. No, it's not really a mesa, is it? It's just valleys, canyons. There's US 17, the main road between Flagstaff and Phoenix, the main highway. If you play American Truck Sim, you might even recognize some of that. Now we're into the Tonto National Forest. I also start to notice we'll start to see little bits more and more water. A little more lakes here and there up in the mountains. Let's see what our next major landmark is up here. Horseshoe Dam. And then, what do we got? How much? Wilderness area. All kinds of restricted airspace coming up. Oh, Roswell. There we go. Stop and look for aliens. See, we're going south of that. Well, that's why there's so much restricted area. That's going to be near White Sands, New Mexico. It's only a missile range. Yeah, that part of it I didn't stick to the flying around all the restricted airspace. I really wish we'd get a tailwind. Struggling to do 143, 142. That's right on 2575, which is the actual red line of this aircraft. I am going to pick another day of the week. I don't know if it'll be every Thursday or sometimes Wednesdays. It won't be weekends because racing season's coming up, and actually most Thursdays I won't be here either. But I'll pick an oddball day and do some other flights. Just random stuff. Some takeoff challenges, landing challenges, and just bush flights. Or I don't do the commercial flights because I always crash. Maybe I'll practice that and do a commercial flight or two. I'm not a real big fan of those, but what can't hurt to learn it. One thing I will not be doing is I will not be flying in Russia or the Ukraine right now until this is settled. I just don't think that's... Russia's got some beautiful parts of the country, beautiful land. So does Ukraine, but just wouldn't feel right flying through there with the conflict going on. It's not going to happen. But if anybody catches up with this or has got a place they'd like to fly, hit me up. Make something happen. I do have one plan. It's already done. We were going to do it on a friend's stream, but at the moment that's taking a back seat. So I'll probably do it on my stream. I'll probably stream it at some point. It's out here in the desert Southwest, and it's the vast majority of the flights in restricted airspace. just for giggles, and it never actually goes into Area 51, but it's still in Nevada and still restricted airspace, so it'll be a fun one. I think right now we're pretty much at the extreme end of the where are we? Yeah, these are the extreme end of the pretty much the end of the Rockies right here in through to New Mexico. Came across a pretty funny video with Microsoft Flight Sim the other day. This guy just randomly, he got his F-16 or F-18 and just randomly escorted people flying the commercial jets or people flying. He just went out and escorted them. Find it interesting the communities that have been built around this sim. Good bunch of people for the most part. I spent almost 2 hours flying the other day with a guy who just happened to be on the runway at the same time I was. And we spent like 2 hours just flying around the little airports, following each other around. Never talked, never messaged, just flew around together. This is a pretty big valley we're coming up on. Well, doesn't have a label here. This is all still part of the Tonto National Forest. This is a big national forest. This is Highway 87 out in the wilderness here. A little small settlement. Doesn't show up on my map. Probably a little gas station stop, and that's about all it is. Of course, inside the national forest, so probably a couple farms. Probably a little gas station, grocery store. There's some interestingly formed hills. Hills, they're mountains. They're 2,000 meters up. They're an interesting formation. How do we get out of here? Signs of humans? Up a road up here. Is that a mine? Or just natural? Just natural, I guess. Amazing just how much variety there is on this planet. There's no two places are alike. You can go to 4 deserts and have 4 different terrains. And it's just amazing. Some areas are all smooth and flat, and others are all wrinkled and twisted, and some are skyrocketing in the air with mountains. Some of the plains that go on for days. Rainforest, snow, pine forest. It says there's always something to see. Quite usually you don't have to go very far to see it. Like some snow up here. I don't know if that snow's from the satellite image or something the game added in. Oh, this is epic right here. This is nice. Drop-offs. Let's see if it says anything about this area if I zoom in. No. Sierra Archo Wilderness Area, which is inside the Tonto National Forest. Still. And there, we're finally out of the Tonto National Forest. That was a big forest. National Forest. Not much of a forest. Most of it's desert. But so apparently these ones that are long and gradual on one side, steep on the other, are called buttes. This one here on the left is Rock House Butte. I learn something new every day. So if they're steep on all sides, it's a mesa, and if they're steep only on one side or part way, it's a butte. We're about to enter restricted airspace, and I'm not sure why it's restricted. I don't have my charts up. I don't have my chart that tells me why. It just says it's restricted. have no idea why. Those regional medical centers and things in there, so it can't be all. Oh, it says the restricted airspace is 11,000 MSL, so I guess we're good. I wonder if it's not restricted just to stop people from flying the canyons, which is entirely possible. Oh, I better switch my fuel over. Yeah, about right. Hey, Brett. Sorry, just saw you pop up there. Not sure when you popped in. Wasn't paying much attention. And I suppose it's good morning to you. Anybody in the future who watches this will... Mr. Brett Plays right there is one of the reasons I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm almost a minute behind now already. Well, been 3 hours almost, but it's almost a minute behind when I see it on the screen and when it gets back there. Yeah, I just had my second coffee. Of course, it's afternoon. This is a pretty crazy desert out here. Starting to slowly get more and more away from the desert. Where the hell am I? I am in Arizona, not too far from, not too far from the New Mexico border. Closest town with an airport is, what is that, White River? Whittier. White River Airport. Pull this up. I don't even see it on here. Ah, there it is. Kilo Julia Tango Charlie. That's like the only thing around here. Oh no, there's a bunch more down here, small ones. I lost where I am at. Oh, there's one. It's close to E24. I'll at least show you where I'm at. Not sure what the hell. I'm still not sure why this area is all restricted airspace. Anything under 11,000 feet. It started in Mojave. Where the heck is my... I got the flight plan over in the Discord, but it's started in Mojave and is going to... Oh, damn it. Now I forgot. Going to Texas. Going to Midland, Texas. If you give me a second, I can pull up the airports. Oops. I started in Kilo Mike Hector Victor and ending at Kilo Mike Alpha Frank. Yeah, the long one is 800 nautical miles. Yeah, 18 or 819, not 1800. Oh yeah, that would have been easier. Smart way to do it. Yeah, unfortunately, this plane doesn't have a estimated time of arrival in it. This one's got a cheap aftermarket Garmin in it. But I have been getting crazy winds the entire flight too. Nuts. Flying sideways the whole way. That's not on here. So I can tell you, got about 3 hours left to go. Just past midpoint, so just a hair less than 3 hours. Incredibly bumpy out here, and I in some sort of restricted airspace, and I'm not going to 18,000 feet like it wants me to. Oh, and if you're thinking of popping in, I'm on USA East, not West. Because I got a 16-second ping, or 16 millisecond to the east. Yeah, we're not too far from White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico, so it might be part of that military. That whole bigger, greater, what I want to say, military complex. It's huge. You got White Sands Missile Range, you've got the training range, so there's quite a bit there. That's probably a good thing to do in the morning. Well, say hello to Mrs. Plays for me. It's definitely interesting how it's a slow transition from the desert to this type of mountain, but it's still not forest yet. It's been like a gradual, where when you come the other way, when you go the other way from Nevada to like Northern California, when you're up in there, it's literally, they draw a line. This is desert, that's forest. This way, it's been a gradual transition. I found a couple things I got to do. I got to do I have to do like an AFK screen that shuts the microphone off, but it still leaves the video up. I'll figure that out later. Just the one I got now shuts the screen off but leaves the microphone on. Go figure. It's alright. I spent another hour on the phone today trying to sort out work this year. Why is it so hard to do 4 races instead of the normal 7 or 8? We still don't have a schedule finished yet. It's only 4 races. Yeah, I see how to do it. I just didn't have it. I didn't have it set up properly for the intermission thing. Instead, I had it set up with just the be right back screen, and the microphone was still on. I need to do that a little differently. Oh hell, I was just happy I managed to schedule the flight with YouTube, and then actually logged into it the right way. I was like, woohoo! I was all excited about that. It's the silly things that amuse us these days. Bear Wallow Wilderness. That's what we're in now. Which is all part of the Blue Ridge Wilderness. Some of these altitude restrictions are because of the wilderness. They're wilderness studies areas. They're finally popping up on here. Why? They did that at the Grand Canyon area too, put a minimum altitude to prevent people from flying down in the canyon. I'm sure it's very similar here. Some of us probably keep planes from flying too low over the wilderness and disturbing the critters. Yeah, I saw where it's in the program's got one. I just didn't realize that it had the mic still on. Oh yeah, I have to set it up with a hotkey and make a screen that's a little better, that shuts the mic off so I can sneeze or cough or, bodily functions that don't necessarily need to be shared with the world. Okay, I want to go here. I want to go here and drive this road. I don't think that's a road. I think it's a riverbed. That's a road. Funny, I was talking to Umbrace's thing the other day. I've actually driven roads I've found, or maybe it was with you. I've actually driven roads I've found flying around that I didn't know were there. Like within 50 to 100 miles of the house here. Flying along, found a just crazy mountain road I didn't know existed and jumped in the car and took off for it. Almost on the New Mexico line. This is called the Blue Range Primitive Area. Well, not too primitive. There's a road through it. Actually, it looks like all along this stretch here there's some privately owned tracts of land. Probably ranches. I'm definitely thinking about getting that tree mod, but I'm curious to see how well it does, like, around my part of the world. Because one thing Microsoft gets totally wrong is the alpine zone where the trees are really short. Most of them don't grow above 2 or 3 feet tall. Some are only 4 feet tall, and then the subalpine, and then the alpine, and then you get nothing but rock from there up, and it doesn't. It has trees on top of the mountains up here, which it doesn't happen. There's no trees on most of them. So what's on your agenda today? Working on your man cave build? No, I don't have it yet. I didn't even reinstall Orbix after that last one when I had to totally reinstall Windows. I haven't put anything back in. And figure with the update coming, I might as well not put anything in until after this next update. And we're in New Mexico. Where my sister lives, Albuquerque. Which of course we're not going anywhere near. Oh, that'll be nice. Center console so you can hold your drinks. Mount a stereo. Yeah, I got a big project coming up here next couple weeks now that the snow's finally leaving and the frost is coming out of the ground. I gotta move a whole bunch of dirt from one part of the property to another and level it out and put in a yurt. People from the city seem to like to pay absolutely stupid amounts of money to stay in a tent in the Adirondacks on a river. So, if they want to do that, I'll oblige by putting a tent by the river. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how your race rig comes out. I can't weld to save my life, so I built mine out of 2x4s. Then when I moved, I only brought the steering wheel part out. I didn't bring the rest of it because I don't have a lot of room in this house. I'm building another. I have a big storage area in the back I'm clearing out and going to put a race rig right in there. I just had one of my friends. There you go. Good to have the wind blowing on you when you're racing. I just had a friend give me a racing seat to use for mine, and then the more and more I think about it, I don't know if I want to sit in that hard-ass racing seat the whole time I'm gaming. I might just trade it in for a real seat. Nice comfortable office chair and lower the mount down and mount it in there. That's one good thing about building it yourself, is you can add what you want where you want it, rather than just, oh, it has to mount here, it has to mount there. This year's racing season is going to be less work and more play, apparently. Only working like 5 races. But a buddy of mine just totally rebuilt from the ground up an old classic Austin Healey Sprite. Did a frame-up restoration of a Sprite race car. That was actually built by Austin Healey as a race car. It was never an actual street car. He just did a frame-up restoration on it, and he's going to try to race it a couple races this year. I'm going to go out and give him a hand just for fun. Oh, speaking of driving games, did you just like PM me the info for that light mod? That thing is excellent. I absolutely hate driving at night in VR on the ATS because the headlights are terrible. You could just PM me the info on that, what the mod is that you had on, because that came out excellent. Hey, I've thought about changing up my flight rig because right now it's just bolted to the desk. But I've actually thought about switching, or not so much switching, but also getting a flight stick and throttle. Get a flight stick and throttle so that way the planes that have sticks I can fly with a stick. The ones that have yokes I can fly with my yoke. Oh, getting signs of civilization here again. The big issue I've got right now is once I move into the back room is going to be... Alright, I'll write that down. But the big issue I got right now is going to be... Do I put a second screen up for the... They get two screens, one for the PS5 and then one second screen for the computer for the flight sim when I'm not flying in VR. Because when I'm in VR, it doesn't matter. Same with the driving. It doesn't matter because I throw the VR on. I don't need a screen, but the PlayStation 5 needs a screen over it. So I'm constantly right now switching back and forth because I only have the one big screen. Nice, I'll definitely look that up. Because like this plane has a stick and it's kind of odd flying it with a yoke. I've gotten used to flying it with a yoke, but when you don't see a yoke... Oh no, no, I wish I could stream in VR. I wish I could fix viewpoint on the screen and fly in VR, but no, I'm not in VR. No. My VR runs about this smooth, but I'm not in it. Still haven't quite figured out how to put up one screen. I have 3 screens open right now. I literally have one with YouTube so I can read what people are saying on one TV. I have my laptop with the app that allows me to do the map and everything on the laptop, and then I have the main screen for actually flying it. I love this map app because I can adjust most of the settings on the plane right on the touch screen here. Like without ever going into the game, I can change my altitude, my nav headings, nav on or off, vertical speed, auto throttles. I can do it all from the tablet. Yeah, that's why I wish somebody would come up with a way to be able to stream a fixed perspective but fly in VR. But then it would have to produce 3 full screens of data instead of 2, and that would really kill your video card. It seems to have pretty good settings for not getting stutter when I spin around and stuff. The computer itself, while I'm streaming, is running nice and smooth. You don't get sick watching that spin around. Yeah, if you could just set like a follow cam and leave that on but still fly in VR, maybe someday somebody will figure it out. Because I watch people stream in VR and I find it distracting. Because like you said, it's always slight movements. So I won't stream in VR. Oh yeah, there's 3 people watching. Well, 2. There's me, you, and one other person. So welcome whoever the 3rd person is. Looks like somebody left the earth in a bathtub too long and it got all wrinkly. Yeah, I'm actually hoping the PSVR 2 that they eventually make Gran Turismo 7 100% VR, unlike Sport, which only had a little one-on-one car thing. I have a set of Corso that works really well in VR. I don't play Truck Sim without it. It drives me nuts now to play it without it. I won't. If my VR is not working, I won't play the game. I mean, the Flight Sim I love in VR, but I'm just not even going to try to stream it. Too distracting. But oh, it's such a pain in the ass to land without it, though. Excuse my language, but it really is. Oh, I'm not watching it in YouTube Studio. I'm watching it on a laptop. Oh, wow. That's got to be nice. Gives you that, what, the 45 on each side. Gives you a wider view for being able to land. Keep your eye on the airport. Damn, that's a nice setup. I live in a very small house. I don't have that kind of room for 350-inch screens. That's why I have the VR. I'll have to look into that, because right now I've got it on the main screen just so I can monitor the chat that way. I'll eventually learn the ins and outs of how to do it the other way. Oh yeah, when I put Flight Sim on and put on the VR headset, I can heat my house with it. It's nice to finally have it back after the upgrade to Windows 11. What a nightmare. And still it's buggy. They have to be loaded in a certain priority. The VR drivers and headset have to be top priority, with the Flight Sim being the secondary. If they're not in that order, it will stutter like you wouldn't believe. That wasn't my finest hour going to Windows 11. I've got one crazy bug on the Windows 11 right now that's driving me absolutely bonkers. I can't download anything that's Windows based, like Windows through the Windows Explorer, not Explorer, Edge, Microsoft Edge, or through the Windows Store, or even do a speed test in Edge. I only get 2.5. I've got the Vive Cosmos. Like I said, I only get 2.5 megabits on anything Windows based. Now, if I download the Epic Game Launcher, 40, 50, no problem. If I do a speed test, and what's funny is I get the upload 45, no problem on Windows, but download I get 2.5. If I do the same speed test to the same site using Google Chrome browser, 50 down, 45 up. Use anything Windows based, it's capped at 2.5, and I've checked every setting. I've been to every. I'm about ready to blow it up. Because it takes me all day to update Windows, any Windows based game. Yeah, I'm happy with the Vive Cosmos. It was, the middle price range. It wasn't super high end, wasn't super low end. Middle of the road, and works smooth. It's clear pictures. You don't get the screen door effect. Got really nice clear lenses. Easy to adjust. Easy to use. Because you don't need the sensors all around the room. Yeah, it's not just Edge. It's anything Microsoft. It literally is any Microsoft game. The Microsoft. Hey, it's Icarus. How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, so it's anything that connects to the internet via Microsoft is capped at 2.5, and I've been through every setting on this damn computer and can't find it. But if I use anything else, Steam I can pull 45, 50 down. Epic I can pull 45, 50 down. Well, not really. We're about one state over and farther south, but we're down in Arizona, just not too awful far from Roswell. Okay, it's quite a ways from Roswell still. We're due south of Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's where my sister lives. Yeah, I've checked forums, I've checked settings, I've been to the Microsoft help desk. Just nothing seems to work, and it's only stuff that's connected with Windows. If it's a Windows-based, like the Xbox app, the Microsoft Store, or the Edge browser, capped at 2.5. And I've been through every one of their settings that they tell you to go through, followed all the steps. Still capped at 2.5 down, 45 up, 2.5 down. And go visit the aliens. Yeah, I was kind of bummed that ATS left out Rachel, Nevada. Thought they should have had it in there. That's where everybody used to go to sneak a peek at Area 51 from the top of the mountain. A little diner there called the Little Alien. Speaking of ATS and seeing stuff, I see you I saw your video on Devil's Tower there, Brett. Have you gone up that back road? There's a dirt road and it goes back to pavement, and seen Mount St. Helens? That came out excellent in ATS. You know, maybe they are. I no idea, but I can't download the updates any faster than 2.5, and I'll tell you, that drives you nuts. It's a day. Well, looks like we're coming out of most of the mountains and into some weather. Well, at first I thought it was my network card, and I just went and bought a brand new one. And it's not that. It's definitely something in Windows code, and something to do with Windows 11, because it never happened when I had Windows 10. It was fine. But make a point to look up how to get to Mount St. Helens. It's worth it in the game. And if you have VR, put it on. It's epic in VR. And they put a lot of work to St. Helens for something you don't even see in the regular game. You have to literally go up this back road to a dirt road to a highway. it's quite a thing. No, this is on my main computer that's got the issues. Not my laptop, it's on my Alienware. I converted all my laptops because the PC I'm using is the one with the issue. I can only get 2.5 down, but I can get 45 up and 45 down on everything else. Just can't get over 2.5 down. No, actually, when all the one good thing about all the kids going to homeschooling is Google, the hell's this thing called? The Chromebooks? Because all the school kids use Chromebooks. They gave it out free, the software, so the operating system. So I converted all my laptops to Chromebooks. They run so much better. Oh, look, we're back in the desert. Now this restricted airspace, I would have to normally fly around. Because this is White Sands Missile Range coming up. Yeah, look it up on the on online. It shows you how to get there because it's not an easy just drive to. It's a little side road that turns dirt and then back to blacktop, and but it's well worth it when you get there. They put a lot of work into it. And in VR, you can see like into the crater with the dome in there, and they did a really good job with it. Did you see where they the next update's going to have when you find a dirt road, it shows up as a dotted line on the side of the road, so you know, so you can go back and find it. And then once you've driven on it, it'll have a dotted line. Oh, yeah, there's a runway there. Just a little bit of trivia. This little town here we're flying over, the real name of this place is Truth or Consequences. Hell of a name for a town, isn't it? Yeah, Texas is next. And the sheer fact that they have rolls of steel already, I'm hoping to God that they have a delivery to Brownsville of roll of steel for the SpaceX, because whenever you watch them on the SpaceX things, you see those rolls of steel, truckloads of rolls of steel showing up all the time. I'm going to try to get below this cloud here. Take it down to 9,000. Watch my RPMs. I'll tell you, they did a pretty good job with the ATS, because at least the places I have been through and driven in real life, I recognize certain, not all of it, but certain how that'd be awesome to have the Starship go up while you're there. But I actually recognize certain things that are in that, certain landmarks and stuff you actually recognize. They've done a pretty good job with it. my last trip to Florida, I spent the night in Georgia, and I timed it so that the SpaceX launch would be right out the front windshield of the truck when I got there, and it worked. No, I'm descending at the moment. I'm getting down to 9,000 below the clouds here. That's why my speed kicked up. Oh, and I didn't watch my RPMs. I descended down to get below this cloud cover, but I hope to God I got enough to get over those mountains on the other side of it. Oh, shit! Thank you, Icarus. My fucking heart's gone. Excuse my language. Scared the hell out of me. Whew. Holy crap. Damn, dude. The red line here and the red line in the cockpit are two totally different red lines. The thing can actually do 2575 is the actual red line inside the cockpit. Dear Lord, he scared the hell out of me. No, don't be sorry. I'm laughing like a fool. It was funny. Oh, no. Never be sorry over something like that. That was a riot. Yep, scaring the hell out of somebody else. There we go. I'll definitely have to watch that from his perspective, because I know in my perspective he went screaming by. Ugh. I think I can hear him again. We're going to have F-35s doing night maneuvers the next few days over here in real life. No worries, man. That was funny. It was really funny because my kids have spent their entire life trying to scare me, and I'm just not the kind of person that jumps on stuff, and that scared the hell out of me. That was a good one. That just out of nowhere. Yeah, they announce on TV every time the F-35s are doing maneuvers out of Burlington because the people in Burlington whined and wanted to be told every time they fly. White Sands. White Sands, New Mexico is the spaceport there. That's where Jeff Bezos does his launch thing, and Virgin Galactic flies out of there too now. If they ever get to doing full commercial flights. Yeah, this whole area is pretty well restricted. Restricted flight for... You got the spaceport, you got the missile range. Yeah, this was one of his areas he went through. You can see why. A million places to hide and no people. Yeah, I see that. I hope we don't get into VFR or IFR conditions. If we do, I'll have to shut the weather off. I don't want to fly into the side of a mountain. Yeah, you can see that on the... You can see that on the weather map before I took off. And my sister said it was... She had a chance of snow today and down there. So this is a cold front that's actually there. In Albuquerque, it was supposed to have a chance of snow tonight. It should be a pretty heavy-duty runway there. It's all fairly brand new. It's got vertical and horizontal rocket or launch facilities, I guess. What is the ceiling? It's like 25, I think. 23 or 25, but I think it's 25. Of course, I knew what it was exactly until you asked me, and then my mind just went, nah, you're not going to remember that. Check, make sure there's not a mountain right dead in front of me. Now I'm good. Hey, Chris, have a good day, and thanks for the scare, the jump scare. That was funny. I better get some heat on. I'm icing. definitely a cold front. And I can't see anything. But it doesn't look like there's anything in front of me. Once I get over this mountain. Oh dear Lord, do I go over or under? Should probably go over because that looks like it's snow. I'm icing up pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty low hanging clouds. I'm going up. Yeah, so I did. I just set it back to 11. That's one thing with this plane, no anti-icing. Reading in their notes that after one of their long overwater flights, they got into some hail. And it literally, they had to replace the prop when they landed because it got chewed up from the hail because it was a wooden prop. That's hairy. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go higher. Looks like some pretty high altitude clouds right there. And going east, right? Yeah, better take it to 13. Yeah, it's only got cabin heat. That's it. that can help defrost the bubble, but it's got the pitot heat, combination pitot heat and cab heat. That's all it's got. Well, it was a home-built airplane, so and it's from the 80s. Didn't have autopilot or GPS either when it was built, so. I'm just glad that India Fox Echo there decided to put it in the plane. Because this trip would suck having to hand fly the whole thing. Alamogordo is below us. Holloman Air Force Base is below us. Which unfortunately we're not going to see Holloman Air Force Base. Holloman Air Force Base, the Germans, I forget how that's phrased, but Germany has a flight training base at Holloman Air Force Base. I know I got a ding. I have no idea what it was. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Oh God, I'm right back in the thick of this stuff. It was pretty cool. I just figured out how to turn that on this morning. How to turn on the notifications. Now I know it works. Well, 13 is not going to cut it either. I'm going to have to go up even higher. This is the home of the 45th Fighter Wing. As well as an Air National Guard unit that flies F-22s. Yeah, I'm going up to 15,000. This looks like one of those storms where if you saw it in real life, you'd have landed. It's a fighter squadron base. There's definitely snow. It's all white underneath the clouds. I'm still iced a bit. Wings aren't bad yet. Oh, that's a good thing. Yeah, I'm going all the way to 15 is not going to make it either. Readjust the barrel and climb, and hope I don't get too much ice before I get out the top. What's really funny though is this plane is so odd that because it doesn't have variable pitch prop, the higher you go, the slower the plane goes. Like so many other planes cruise so much better in the thin air. This one wants to be right on the ground for the maximum speed. Wish I had a weather map. Very soon I'm going to be hoping I brought an oxygen bottle along around. I don't know if the GPS says ground speed or not. No, 157. Does that say ground speed? Yes, it does. I guess so. I'm 157 on the ground speed. And still icy. But not terrible. Can't see my canards. Now watch. I'll get up to 17,000. I'll fly right out of it. Finally get the altitude and come out the other side. Yeah, this is a great little plane. It's absolutely, the visibility is incredible. Because your wing's so far back, you don't ever see it when you're in the cockpit. It's got a pretty good oomph. Like I said, about the only thing I could use a variable pitch prop would help a lot. But for what it is, it's a great little plane. We got a rainbow. You know what's really weird? About 90% of rainbows that people do that are faked, you know, whether in game or whatever, get them very wrong. And this game is one of the few things that actually gets them right. Whenever there's a double rainbow, the second rainbow is always in reverse order. And this game actually gets that right. If you look, you can start to see the silhouette of a second rainbow, and it's in reverse order. Now, who the heck would have thought it had been snowing in southern New Mexico in March? The end of March at that. It's a good way to tell if somebody if somebody faked a double rainbow. As you can tell right away if it's fake because they keep the red, orange, yellow the same on the two. No, I can't ever catch them. Dear Lord, am I going to 19,000? Guess if I don't keep climbing, I'm going to fall. So I guess I better. There's one for you. You ever gone out in the middle of winter? Or you ever been anywhere where it's cold enough and the ice crystals are in the air and you get the rainbow around the sun? Directly straight up. What do they call them? Sun dogs? Get them in a clear day. Oh, that's cool. So you literally drove to where the rain was. That's awesome. Oh, I gotta set my fuel. Yep, they're dead even. I don't know, if I don't climb out of this pretty soon, I'm going to turn the weather off. That's neat. Oh, I was a kid one day. We chased one in an airplane. I used to ride my bike down to the airport. We were only about a mile and a half, 2 miles from the airport when I was a kid, and I used to ride my bike down there and literally wash planes, vacuum them out, do windows, anything I could do to get a flight. And they used to call my mother up. My mother worked at the hospital, and they'd call my mother up at work. Is it okay if we take him up? Is it okay if we take him up? She got sick of getting called at work. So she finally told them one day, look, as long as he's home for dinner, it's okay to take him. And well, much past 20,000, I'm going to run out of RPMs to keep the plane in the air. So I think it's 21,000 is the ceiling on this thing. Oh, there's a nice break in it anyways. That's one of the reasons I don't turn it off very often, because you miss stuff like this. Everything's socked in and all of a sudden it just opens up and you can see. Oh, we'll find out if it's 20 or 21 here in a second. Oh, I'm no longer iced up, so that's a good thing. But we're going to find out if it's 20,000 or 21,000. The only real good thing about this aircraft is if it starts to stall, it loses lift on the nose first, so that you pitch down and you automatically pick up speed and pull yourself out of the stall. Yeah, I see the gap down there, but it's snowing. You'll ice up just as bad in snow as you do in the clouds. If it was warm down there, I'd drop down. Still say there's days that this game just blows me away. 27. Well, I don't think I've ever had it that high. I think you'd be hard pressed to climb that high. Or at least in the game. Doesn't have enough power without a variable pitch prop to get up that high. And my mixture's almost all the way out. Just to keep the RPMs up. And throttle straight to the wall. I'll be right back. Dog's calling. Okay, I'm back. I guess I could drop down now. Dogs had to go out. Well, that picked my ground speed up to 167. And altitude 20,160. So I've a whole hell of a lot farther to go. Well over 3/4 of the way there. Hey man, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I really do. And have a good rest of your day and good luck with your project. Thanks for stopping. I look forward to watching that then. That'd be cool seeing the build. Time lapse some of it. The ground down there looked like fingerprints. Oh, we're down. Almost due south of Roswell, New Mexico. I suppose we should look for aliens. Or at least crashed UFOs. Oh, let's see how far out we are. Oh, I might as well start down. 8,000 should clear everything, I hope. Watch my RPMs. Yeah, so I thought 26. What town is that down there? Did I say Carlsbad? Yep, Carlsbad. We're going to go right over the top of. If those are like oil wells. Probably. That's all lined up. Looks like a typographical map. Topographical. Isn't there? There's Carlsbad Caverns. Read about it. Never been there. Yep, Carlsbad Caverns National Park. Apparently, there's some giant underground caves there. Oh, there's some big ones here in New York. Scared the hell out of me when I was a kid. They went down underground in an elevator and got to see it, and then on the way back up, they shut the lights off in the elevator. And it scared the hell out of me so bad I wouldn't ride in an elevator till I was like 12. Wait, icing? Yeah, we're icing. Never thought it would be this cold down this far south. Not this late in the year. And I know you're not there, Brett, but if you watch this, catch up on this later, you're asking about Billy the Kid. Well, this is the Pecos River. This goes down into the Pecos Canyon lands where he was said to have hid out. And yes, that's Carlsbad Oil and Natural Gas. That's what that is. It's a fairly recent boom of oil and natural gas found in that area. Oh, apparently Midland Airport that we're going into is now called Midland International Air and Spaceport. Huh. Well, now we know. These are all oil and natural gas wells. I don't know what that is. Hey, it's Big Jacko Gaming. How's it going? Just on the final descent here. Still got a little ways to go. Welcome on by. We're just coming out of Carlsbad and heading for Midland, Texas, to land this first leg of this flight. So you're just getting a start to your day. Well, it was good until I had a snowstorm in Arizona, of all places. Didn't make a hell of a lot of sense, but the edge of the border was Arizona and New Mexico, which is desert to begin with, and it's snowing. Yeah, one of my doggos is bugging me to pet her right now. Look at the oil wells. Ooh. Yeah, well, my sister lives in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and we just flew probably 50, 60 miles south of there. And she told me that they were expecting snow tonight, and I would have never thought this late in the year there'd be snow this far south. Oh, hell, I don't like this on there. It was just about a, looks like it's going to turn out to be just about what I figured, almost just about 6 hour flight. But with a few minor exceptions, this is the exact flight that they took. I just didn't go around the restricted areas. I just flew right through them. Oh yeah, and Icarus scared the living hell out of me. Yeah, that was a highlight of the trip. I never saw him log into the game, and he went screaming by me in that jet like I was sitting still and scared the hell out of me. It was funny. I laughed like a fool. I was not expecting it, and it just out of nowhere, the screams by in that jet. I'll have to take and make a short clip out of that. It's like everything's nice and peaceful, quiet, flying along. Yeah, unfortunately, the time I'm flying this is not good for you guys down in Australia, New Zealand area, because it's the only time I've got to fly where I can guarantee I'll be around to fly. I never know where the hell I'm going to be in the morning. And then once race season starts, I'm gone most Thursday through Sunday or Monday. Tuesday's the one day I know I'm almost always home. There's been oil wells for the last 35, 40 miles. As far as you can see north and as far as you can see south. What is this wind? That's got to be something, a bug or something causing it. Yeah, because the live weather just changed again and again. Must be cutting in and out. That's why the wind keeps slapping me around. 1 minute it's there, 1 minute it's gone. Trying to remember, going east got to be odd numbers, not even. I was just setting at 8,000. It looks like I can go straight in. We still got a little ways, not far. They don't have a scale on here. This plane doesn't have an ETE or distance. And my map doesn't have a scale on it either. Race season starts the last weekend of next month. So about six weeks away. That's the first race. We'll probably have a test day probably 2 weeks before that. But for a change, it looks like I have all of August off. Because nobody likes to race in August. It's too damn hot. At least as of right now, I've got the month of August off. But July and September are going to make up for it by being crazy busy. Hopefully this season's just going to be a fun season, because we're only running a partial season, so we're not running for the championship, so we don't have all that stress. We're just going out to have a good time. So a lot less stress. And part of the year I'm going to be to fill in the only around the partial year with that. A buddy of mine just rebuilt a ground up an Austin Healey race car, an Austin Healey Sprite. He just did a frame off restoration on it. It's come out beautiful. He's going to be doing historic racing with that. Yeah, it does. You're right. Absolutely. The less stress. It was really funny because last year we lost the championship on the very last race of the season because he got stressed, and the guy that we had to beat was behind us, and there was a car in front of us, and he just had to go around the car in front of him, and he went around it too fast and lost it, and the other guy got ahead of us and won the championship. The 2 years prior to that, we were so far in the lead by mid-season of the championship. It was like totally stress-free. It was just so much more fun than being dead tied in the points going in the last race. Which was really funny because that's what Formula One did last year as well. You know, dead tie going in the last race. And lost in the very last part of the race. Won and lost. I actually work usually for 3 different teams. I have the Corvette, which is my mainstay. Then there's AR Racing, which is a BMW team that I occasionally work for. And then we have this other team, which is pretty much a bunch of fools. We call it 4 old guys racing. I'm 53 and I'm the youngest. And most of the cars we race are older than me. It's all historic race cars. Uh, that one just turns into a hell of a good time. Other than the Honda engine failures, I really like the racing. I think they've come a long way to make the cars be able to run in the air behind the. There's less spoiled air coming out the back of the car, so they can get closer. I think the racing was good. Always good to see Ferrari back on top. It was good to see the qualifying being Ferrari, Red Bull, Ferrari, Red Bull. I was hoping at least one of the Mercedes would have been in that mix as well, so you'd have 3 teams competing at once, at the top level. I have a feeling Mercedes will catch up. But it'll be nice to see 3 teams actually pushing at the front instead of 1 or 2. Midfield racing was great. I think it was my favorite driver. Had a very bad weekend. Because I love Danny Rick. I think he's one of the few Formula One drivers that absolutely, hands down, enjoys what he's doing. The others race because they want to race, want to win, want to think. And Danny Rick absolutely enjoys being there. I mean, the guy just loves to race. Well, let's see if I can find this airport. It's funny because when I was growing up, I was Ferrari. I was a Ferrari kid from the first time I started watching it when I was probably like 11. It was all about Ferrari. And I was up until 6-7 years ago when I started working on race cars, and then I realized it's the driver and the team he puts together that I'm now a fan of, not the car. It's the driver, because he's the one that makes the car go. So I actually started to become a fan of a driver, not a team. Holy hell. We went over the oil wells. Now we got windmills. Those are probably powering the pumps for the oil. I think Kevin Magnussen earned a right to be in the car for this season, for the whole season. Absolutely. He turned it up to 11. It's going to be fun with the wind constantly changing. I was actually kind of glad to see the whole, not because of what Russia did and stuff. I was just glad to see that Russian driver gone. Now if Lance Stroll would go away, I know they have to have paid drivers to stay in the series, but man, there's so many good drivers who don't get a seat because you got these guys buying their seats. So a lot of really good drivers don't get to show their stuff. Nice if I'd see a runway pretty soon. I am so ill prepared for this landing. I have no idea which way is active. I have no idea the altitude of the runway. I was really slacking. I was hoping to actually see some real air traffic so I can figure out which runway's active. No luck. This has got me going in and turning north, so I might as well do that. If I ever see the damn runway. Series this year or not. But last year was only 15, and this year he moved up to, he got a full-time ride in a Pro Series, a Trans Am Pro Series, in a Mustang. The kid's 16 years old, and last week, or the first race he's ever been in, he qualified 11th and finished 6th. This last weekend he qualified 5th, dropped back to 7th, got back to 5th, but made a mistake and tagged the wall and broke the car. But it was almost at the end of the race, and he was getting ready to pass for 4th. This kid's 16. It's nuts how good he is. I don't see a freaking airport. Hang on, this thing, there's so much nose down trim on this bird. Oh, there's a Real plane that just took off of that runway. Is that my airport? No, that's the other one. Oh, I think I see mine. Maybe. I'd love to go karting, but I'm too fat. I'd blow the tires on the son of a bitch. I'll tell you, all these kids, even this Evan Slater that I was just telling you about, he grew up in karting. Ran 2 years with us. In what the hell is that? A Spec Racer Ford. It's kind of like an open wheel car with a body on it. It's the best way to explain it. And he did exceptionally well with that. Alright, I don't see the airport. Where the hell is it? Could be right out that window. That's quite a campus. Oh, you figure it builds car control. The karting builds car control and hand-eye coordination. If you look at, they did a study about Top Gun pilots in the U.S., and the vast majority of them that went into the military and became Top Gun pilots were gamers. Because they had the hand-eye, the really fast hand-eye coordination. Okay, seriously, where the hell is this airport? This is always so much harder to do when it's not VR. Alright, I give up. I'm just going to fly the line. Oh, I can't live without it. The truck sim without it sucks. Microsoft Flight Sim without it sucks. Assetto Corsa without it sucks. Once you play it in those games, it's hard to go back, but I was telling Brett, I can't stream VR. It's annoying to even watch somebody streaming VR because their head's constantly moving. So at least on these flights, a lot of times when I fly along with somebody, I am in VR. Alright, let's put the gear down and pull the throttle back and see what happens. It says I should turn here for the airport. Ha! Trust the instruments. I couldn't see that for nothing. Now I'm going to be way too hot. I'm too fast to put out the dive brake. Got that stupid bug again. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Oh, pull up. Pull up. Pull up, slow down. There we go. We got it. Oh! There's free. That was unexpected. Almost full right rudder and to keep it on the runway. That's not a taxiway, that's another runway. Yeah, if I could find a way to stream, I wish to God they had it. Yeah, for coming in that hot, it was pretty smooth. But then I hit the ground and it torqued right off to the left. I don't know what the hell that was about. I think I'll pull up next to this guy. Close enough. Let's see. Yeah, I got that stupid bug again. Why is my plane still shaking? Everything's off. No, well. If you ever find a way to have like a solid camera position but still fly in VR, let me know. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I am hungry and it's time to make dinner. And I'll catch you probably in your next one. Or in the morning there for a few minutes anyways. And on that note, I want to thank Big Jacko Gaming for stopping by, Brett Place for stopping by, Icarus for stopping by, and Tommy for stopping by. And thanks for stopping by my first leg of this around the world flight. And on that note, thank you all and have a good evening.